live stream, and sorry for the delay. It will be going very shortly, and I'll explain what just happened, well, what happened in terms of the build. So just give me a moment to set a few things up. I'll be right back. Yeah, the quality looks better now. So just gonna attach things. Get the photographer back in his place. Oops. This stand is very finicky. So just getting things set up in the background. You don't see what I'm doing, but it is necessary to prepare for the live stream, and I'd rather start the stream on time as reasonably as I can, rather than delay it and do the setup afterwards. It also gives time for people to join in. I'll bring back the builds momentarily. There's a bit of dust that got on these that I want to get rid of before building stuff on top of them. There was a bit of construction that went on in my apartment unit, which led to some unexpected delays. So sorry about that. This is hopefully a rare occurrence. Just wanted to take that dust off as best as I can. And now we're gonna continue the build with bag 7. And this time my device is plugged in, unlike last time. So we should not have the issue from yesterday where I basically had to bail almost at the end of bag 4. So at this point, let me give a recap of what we did in this build. So in bags 1 and 2, we built a foundation of this side, which is very similar to what you see here. So basically some bricks and plates and weird colors all over the place. Those were bags 1 and 2. And then in bag 3, we built a bit more of this side. And in bag 4, we're building these stairs right here. And I finished basically almost at the end. I had to add a few more pieces. And when I added those, like I had to do that off camera because my recording device died, unfortunately. But now it's plugged in, so that should not reoccur. By the way, let me turn on the lights to improve the lighting even more. Yeah, I think that's better. So essentially 1, 2, 3, 4. That's what we built yesterday. Then off camera, I also built this stuff right here. So bags 5 and 6 are what you see is what you get here. 5 is mainly the water and the very basic foundation, and 6 adds these tiles right here and these plates and a few of the rockwork pieces. And so essentially there's not something that's very exciting in this particular building phase. I do like the pattern of the water. It reminds me of the Lego Ninjago city sets, including one that I built last year, because we're having transparent blue pieces on top of these azure, dark azure and medium azure parts, so that always looks very nice. And I do like the pattern, especially when the light hits it just right. I think it looks a bit better in person than it does on camera. So if you do get the chance to see this at a Lego store, or if you get this at yourself, you will be able to appreciate it a lot better. So that's pretty nice. But now we get into bag 7, and in bag 7, we're going to do something that's a little bit more sophisticated. So we're going to actually join the two halves of the build together, and we need to do that now. We cannot do that later because we're going to be building on top of that. And so the way we're doing it is we have these ball joints right here. So in bag 7, right before we start, so in bag 7, right before we start, So in bag 7, right before we start, we're going to link the two parts of the building together, or the structure together. And that's interestingly done using these ball joints right here. There's 3 in total. So this whole thing is going to snap into place. And here's an aerial view of that to get a better look. So as you can see, the ball joints are all going to be connected right here when I push the two halves together. And that's going to be the basis on which we build the entire set. We see here basically the foundation of the 3 buildings, 1, 2, and 3. This does have implications for putting it in your Lego city if you want to have it next to your modular buildings, but we'll talk more about that at the end or in the review. But for now, I'll just put the 2 together. So that's very satisfying right there. Yeah, now it feels very solid. It feels like one big thing. And at this point, we can open bag 7. So what I said I would do going forward is that I'll open the pieces on camera so that you can see what's there. You can comment on any parts if you think that anything is worth commenting on. And then I'll move the pieces over off camera just to make it more comfortable for me to attach them. It's just better for posture, better for me being able to make these videos for longer amounts of time. So here we just get some standard pieces. We get one more of these green fishes, which might be radioactive. We got a bunch of these wedge plates in both angles. So these are not super duper common, but they're not rare either. It's just that most sets don't have these large wedge plates, and you could use these to make a pizza, although probably these would be better in tan. And I don't even need to look at the instructions to know that these wedge plates are going to fit exactly right here. This is like their place where they're going to fit. So yeah, that's quite obvious. And same thing for these wedge plates here. I'm pretty sure this is where they go. They're the only pieces that fit in this area. And we do want to close this off. But actually, before we attach these ones, we might want to put the rockwork formation right here. So how about we do that first, and then we're going to bring these in. Oh, and we have these pieces right here, these hinge pieces to close things off. I imagine there as well, because we have 2 of these. And these pieces were also used in the Creator 3-in-1 castle, so if you think that you've seen them recently, you are not wrong. So this one goes here. Just like this. And this one goes maybe here, maybe it goes here, or maybe it goes somewhere else underneath. I'll try to see if I can see this anywhere from the underside, but it might not be visible. It might not be visible, in which case we'll have to assume or guess where it goes. It's not always easy to determine these things. But I don't think it's reserved for a future building phase. I do think that we're going to use it now. So it doesn't look like it goes here. So perhaps it goes somewhere in here. It doesn't look like it's going to go here either because there's no place to attach it. The thing is, these pieces are a bit tricky to remove once placed. Have to like peel them like this. So let's see, in here, yeah, very likely it goes in there where it's completely hidden. Even in the 3D view, you'll never be able to see it. It's completely hidden on the inside. And my guess is that it goes in here, just to reinforce that connection. Maybe, probably. Or maybe not. So the way that this could work is it could be like this, or maybe like this if we're doing it at like a 90-degree angle. So let's see, is there any possibility for that? Okay, I think, yeah, that fits about perfectly right there. So that's where this goes. I'm pretty sure. It's going to make it very solid, and you cannot just rip up the parts together because these pieces are going to hold them in place very securely. Plus, we're going to build all the stuff on top that's additionally going to hold the two halves together, which is a good thing or a bad thing depending on how you look at it, because on one hand, you do want the whole build to be stable. On the other hand, like, it makes it difficult to separate this structure into two parts for easy transportation. So we will always have to carry this whole thing. You can't just like break it off easily into two parts like you could with the Creator modular bookshop that had like a bookshop half and a townhouse half, and it's very, very easy to separate those. Or the X mansion that can separate into three very easily. And I kind of wish they did that, to be honest, because it's kind of a large building and you might want to be able to transport it in parts instead of all at once. So if you do plan on doing that, then just leave out these pieces or use other equivalent pieces, like just use regular bricks here instead of the hinge bricks so that you're able to separate it out later. You might have to do other modifications to the design as well. So just keep that in mind if you want to do this with this set. And let's start playing the Italian music once again. Of course, there's ads. And more ads. 3 ads in a row. Okay. I'll just put this here because every time I move this, it falls out. My guess is that this piece goes here because let's say we do a regular 2x2. I'll just use this for the sake of illustration. If you do this and we do, just searching for another 1x2, this has the dimensions of a 1x2. It's not going to fit. So that means that these cannot go here, or something of that dimension cannot go there. But instead, we'll have to use this piece. And that should solve the problem. And I'm guessing this also goes here. Yeah, that works. And the same thing here. Okay, now we can add these. And we still have a couple of these, to be added over here. We'll get to that side afterwards. They're giving us all these fish, but I wonder if there's a cat that's going to eat this fish. I do hope they include a cat in the set. It would make a lot of sense. I do like how they're filling this space right here so that the gap is less apparent. So they're very smart in how they're doing that. Yeah, it looks very organic, very intelligent the way they did this. Even the cracks here, they look like it could be a real sidewalk that's cracked up. This fish is in the street for whatever reason. Maybe it's like someone stole it, like a cat or some other small animal. took it from the fish store, which is right here. Or maybe it has another story. We'll find out soon enough, I guess. And I do like the stories that Lego makes in their builds, and like maybe 10 years from now we'll get like a sticker or something that references this specific fish. I'm getting lots of these modified pieces, by the way, which is pretty good. All right, we're making good progress on this sidewalk. Yeah, this is giving me some good ideas on how to make a sidewalk for my own Lego city when you want things to be a bit more random, a bit more natural and organic, instead of just having everything be perfectly flat and tiled off like most of the modular buildings. So definitely lots of room for inspiration right there. At this point, I think we can turn this around so it's easier to work on this side. And here's a look at what we did so far. So some rock work right here, this fish, and this part of the sidewalk. We're not building sidewalk here and here because this is actually going to turn into a building soon enough. And we will know that we did this right when all these colors are completely covered. They will not be visible in the end. Actually, upon closer inspection, I found out that I was wrong. That those hinge pieces actually go here, not there. Although they do fit there. It's not an illegal connection, but that's not their intended location. So I'll have to rip up this entire sidewalk. But the good news is that we don't have to reattach all these pieces. We can just lift all of this off. Same thing here. Yeah, that's just the way that it was designed, so that's fortunate in our case. Then I can just move this piece out. It's going to be a little bit tricky, but I'll use the brick separator to nudge it out. gets stuck in there. If they give us like an extra copy, then this would have been like if they give us 3 pairs of these, then the third one, this is where it would go. Apparently it actually goes here. I was just not paying close attention to this part of the build. Yeah, that's where it's officially supposed to go. So with that, we can place these back. We don't have to rearrange everything, but this one goes first. And then this. I don't know how the instructions are done, but if they make you build this and attach this here and it fits magically, people, they love that. They say that in reviews, oh, I just made a random thing and then I just attached it and it just worked out perfectly. So maybe the instructions are like that. I'm not sure. I'm not looking at them. But I do know that this goes here. I also know for a fact that this goes here. And using the process of elimination, you can deduce that this goes here. And those are all the bricks that we have. We're done with bricks. So yeah, now we can add these and stuff on top of them. This kind of reminds me of Lego Star Wars. Like Star Wars has a lot of these gray wedge pieces to make the various starships. So potentially someone's gonna find a way to convert this into some small Star Wars build, I'm pretty sure. And using the pieces in this set, I'm pretty sure someone's gonna turn it into a Millennium Falcon. Like even the Flamingo, they turn it into the Falcon. So I always find things like that very interesting. But behind the scenes, I'm just rearranging the box. I had to move it temporarily, but now I'm bringing it back out, giving myself a bit more space to maneuver. Hello, the Lego dog. Thank you so much for joining the live stream. It's great to have you here. Currently doing bag 7 of the Italian Riviera. And we're almost done with it. We just have some sidewalk to do. I'm guessing they're going to attach something here with all these studs. Increase the music volume just a little bit. Trying to get these to be aligned, although for a sidewalk like this, they don't really need to be super aligned. It's not a very big deal. bag 7 combines the two halves of the structure together with these hinge pieces and the ball joints on the inside that we saw earlier, and we build a whole bunch of the sidewalk right here and a little bit right here with this presumably dead or radioactive fish. I'm guessing the next thing that we'll do is we are going to build some building because we're done with the structure. We're either going to add stuff here or here. We'll see. Actually, what we can do is we can get bag 8 based on the predominant color of the pieces. Okay, we're going to be building this. Finally, we're getting another minifigure in this set. Our photographer has been getting lonely, you know? Or it's an interesting piece to get. And a set like this. Oh, no leg printing. Yay. Seeing if there's anything super interesting here, but I don't notice anything that jumps to me. So let's just put the minifigure together and figure out the build. We have seen this torso before, it's not new, but I do like the teal and the pink. It's a nice pattern, and I'm guessing this is the ice cream shop owner or at least an employee. And she seems to be very happy with both of her expressions, so that's very nice. And she has some freckles, which are not very easy to see on camera. I'll try to make that visible. It's very, very subtle. And she has this interesting haircut. I don't know if this is very common in Italy or not. Or Italia, as they say. But yeah, there it is, our second minifigure. Does she get any accessories? Let's check. I'm going to refer to the top of the box for this. Yes, just the spoon. So she's going to get the spoon as an accessory. Which makes sense if she's going to be serving up gelato. Now let's move on to the build. And I'm gonna actually rotate things to make that part of the set closest to me. I learned this relatively recently, but when you're building stuff, you want to minimize the distance, be like as lazy as possible, and that's actually good for your posture. So if I'm building on this side of the set, bring it closer to me. It sounds obvious, but it's a good piece of advice. Okay, so this is actually used for the ice cream. Basically, there's going to be like a shop, and this is going to be there, and there's going to be like some ice cream flavors in there. So that's what this is about. So we'll do one layer of wall just to get the dimensions of the shop. Then we can start doing the interior. Then we can continue building the wall. I like the masonry bricks here. I'm basically using the dark tan here and here, kind of makes the two like blend together. It's an interesting design choice. Maybe like the top part, which is done in the light nougat, it might be like painted over or something. And this reminds me of the boutique hotel that also uses this color a lot. Oh yeah, now we have more of these pieces to basically link these parts together. I believe this goes here. Yeah. We're building some steps into this gelato store. So basically step up and then step down, or because this is so subtle, it could be a ramp. It could be a ramp, although these I think are definitely stairs. But this, you could interpret it to be like some steep ramp. It's always up to you and your imagination. All right, so now that we have the basic dimensions of the store, we can start to tile this off. This and this are at the same level, yes. So here we're using sand blue as well as tan to tile things off, and the tan, when next to sand blue, looks a bit yellowish. And we're using two by 2 or 2 by 1 tiles here instead of a 2 by 2 tile. I'm guessing just to avoid confusion with the other pieces, or just to optimize the inventory. Actually not that much tiling, because we also have the back of the shop, which is tiled in white actually. Yeah, that makes sense. We need one more sand blue tile right here. Yeah, so this is the floor layout of the gelato shop. Just before we add stuff on top of it, this gives you an idea of what to expect. And I do like the pattern right here. Looks very nice. Now we take a break from that and we actually build the ice cream. This is going to be fun. And there's a suggested order for the ice creams, although you can always choose the order that you like. And because of the Lego extra pieces system, if you want to have like double of this color, you can. If you want to move the colors around or add other colors of your choice if you want. So yeah, I do like the flexibility right there. But for now, I'll go with the default option just to evaluate the set based on what the designers intended. Usually that's what I do unless I feel strongly that a modification is going to make me evaluate the set better. But here it's just ice cream flavors. And speaking of which, if you're watching right now, what is your favorite ice cream or gelato flavor? Whether shown here or just in general. I, for one, like chocolate the best. I do like other flavors, but chocolate is my favorite. And we see like some of them have already been consumed a little bit, like this lemon or banana flavor. You see like someone took a bite out of it, which is funny. All right, so there's our ice cream. And in theory, this plugs in right here. And this goes on top of it. It actually is a very nice fit, nice close fit. That's cool. I'm actually seeing that this piece needs to be elevated by one plate. And this blue plate seems to do the trick. I don't know if that makes a difference, but just want to be as close to the design as possible. Okay, so now we start applying the light nougat bricks. This is a very interesting color. They used to call it flesh tone in the past, but then they renamed it for obvious reasons. And when the boutique hotel came out, a lot of people are like, oh wow, this is way too much use of this color. But I think by now people have gotten used to it a lot more as a building color, because it can legitimately be used in buildings. But when it came out, or when that design came out, people were not used to that. It's interesting to see how people get used to stuff over time. And over here we have another draining system. Looks like we're going to build a small little planter right here. And with that, we're going to be done with bag number 8. This just gets attached right here. And a few more pieces to go. These bricks right here, and then we'll be completely done. They go here. Actually, this goes here. And this here. Bag 8 gives us the gelato employee or owner, as well as building the gelato store itself, at least the bottom part of it. And we do tile it off in this very pleasing pattern, as well as create the gelato ice cream itself, as you can see right here. We also get extra pieces with a lot of gelato flavors, so you can mix and match as you like. So I'll be putting the extra pieces away and getting bag 9 ready. Where is bag 9? Where is bag 9? Here it is. Actually, not that large. I got another minifigure in bag 9. It's interesting how we got the first minifigure in bag 1 or bag 2, and no minifigures all the way up to bag 8. Now we got another one in bag 9. I'm guessing LEGO's trying to throw off the resellers because they can't easily figure out which bags contain the minifigures, but clear because they don't have any exclusive parts. At least not these two. But there are other minifigures here that do have exclusive parts. Looking at the pieces here, I don't see anything that's super significant. There's the minifigure parts, which are always nice, but I don't think any of them are exclusive. I don't see any major pieces here that require greater explanation. There's the gelato piece right here, or popcorn piece that's going to be used as gelato. And yeah, a bunch of pieces in the light nougat as well as teal, but nothing here jumps out to me. Again, the legs are not printed or dual molded. Seems to be a pattern for LEGO these days for their expensive sets. I know they're not going to dual mold every single character, but these are the premium sets that Lego markets significantly on their website and try to get people to get back into Lego with them. So I think they do want to offer the best of the best. But regardless, here is the third minifigure of the set. She looks to be a nice lady. Maybe she's worried or concerned in her other alternative expression. I do like the color of the glasses right there. That's nice. And what is her accessory? Well, according to the top of the box, she's gonna get probably a gelato cone if I had to guess, but let's just double check that. Actually, she gets is that a spoon? Or she gets a pen and paper. So we do have this pen piece that's dual molded. So this is dual molded between not light bluish gray. This pen piece is dual molded between silver gray and the regular pearl gray and dark pearl gray, or gunmetal gray as it's sometimes called. It's not a large piece, I'm just holding it very close to the camera. Here's what it looks like next to a minifigure. So she gets this plus a blank tile. It's going to be a piece of paper for her. And there's no sticker applied to it, at least not from what I can see on the box. So she's going to be taking notes. Maybe she's some kind of inspector, or maybe she's a waitress and taking orders, but she doesn't look to be dressed like a waitress. So maybe she's like a detective taking down notes or clues. It's always interesting to think about these things. As always, because it's Lego, you can always make your own stories. These are obviously going to go here. And so we're going to continue the build of this gelato store. We have one sticker at least to apply in the set, and that's the street number. This is 33. I actually recently learned that street numbers are not always done to the same scheme in all parts of the world. Sometimes you have, like in North America, the common scheme is 1, 3, 5, 7 on one side, so basically odd numbers on one side, and the evens are on the other side of the street. But in some historic places, they did not always do that. So they would have, like, on the same side of the street, 1, 2, 3, 4, or maybe it's random. So that's always interesting to think about. We'll see what kind of scheme that they're using in this set soon enough. Looks like we're gonna have a small payment. So this is a printed piece. Not that many printed pieces in this set, but it's good to get at least this. This reminds me of The Simpsons, where they had no printed parts except for a part that looked like this and one other similar 1x1, very generic print. Everything else was stickers in that set. And for the price, come on. That was not the best decision in my opinion. This set I think is a bit better. There's not as many stickers, or only one sticker sheet and not two. And it's not that bad. Although, of course, if they printed everything, I definitely would not complain. And given the price that we're paying for these sets, it's becoming more and more of an expectation. There's rumors now of a $1,000 set coming very soon, and even people connected to Lego have spoken to that. So that's 1,000 US dollars. So it's very, very worrisome if they put stickers in a set like that. And I really hope they don't. I feel like Lego was better at this a few years ago when they just came out with the Adult Welcome theme. Like the very first 18 plus sets, they did not have any stickers. They were very premium. Just like the 4 plus sets, they don't have stickers. But then they were like, oh, adults are going to buy our sets anyway. Let's give them stickers. And I wish the adults behaved more like 4-year-olds to not get the stickers. I'm only half joking there. I'm going to try to see if there's any more interior detail. No. So at this point, we're done with the interior details, just a few in that bag. The rest is just building the walls on the exterior and adding some decorations here and there. So since we're on this side, let's do this one first. I had to skip an ad right there. And right now we're using these ingot pieces as window shutters, like so. Although I really wish they were just using the regular shutters from the good old days of Lego. I wish they brought those back for this set. The original fan submission had them and it just looked a lot more Lego-like. Oh, so I have a miscolored ingot right here. That's not great. So this is a 1x2 piece. It's not that important, but if it was an important piece, I would have to call Lego customer support and say, hey, you have given me a defective part. Please give me a replacement. So I'll just put this here where it's not super conspicuous, meaning visible. But yeah, they really need to pay closer attention to quality control. There's brands that are selling Lego-like items, so brick-built items at a fraction of the cost of Lego, and even very prominent, respectable, famous reviewers are like, oh, there's no issue with the quality of the bricks. Generally, that's not an issue with the Lego brand as well, but sometimes they do mess up. So this window here and this window have the exact same build. I built them at the same time to save a little bit of time and effort. And interestingly enough, we're going to use the hot dog piece in white for an arch right here. Try to get it centered. Yeah, that's definitely an interesting choice. Now we can build up the rest of this wall. Since these windows don't let in a lot of light, I wish they would have made a bigger window or more windows just to make it easier to see this from the outside. Now it's time for the stickered piece. This goes here. We'll take a better look at that later. I might be off by 1 here. Oh yeah, this needs to go here first. This L piece. And this goes here. I'll just make sure that the level is correct on that other piece that I added. By the way, here's what that looks like. Yeah, it looks about right to me so far. So yeah, let's just spin this and we'll work on this side now. And this is going to fall off very easily just like that, so I'll put that here as well. And same thing with this piece. There's a 1x1 piece right here. They tell us to put here maybe ice or something, I'm not sure. So that as well, we'll put it here. I'll try to make this focus. These are going to represent stacked ice cream cones, which is pretty nice. They technically have this one a bit higher. I don't think it matters. But yeah, the fact that they varied the height of the two stacks makes it look more realistic. I just wish they had these pieces in light nougat so that the white would not stick out, especially with these screw marks. And that's another thing they need to fix. Or they could have maybe done this assembly in a different way that would not require this discoloration right here. Although it's not that bad in this particular case, but still. Okay, so now this whole thing is a lot more stable. We can move on to this part right here. Now the way this comes together is pretty satisfying. And here we have a bit of a different assembly that looks something like this. I don't know why that is there, but let's restart the music. I'm gonna attach something here. I don't know what it is yet. Your guess is as good as mine. This is gonna go here. This is gonna be a shelf of some sort. We're gonna add this thing there. I'm not sure what that is. Maybe a small little TV. Like a speaker sound system or something. I'm not sure. Just have one more piece. This goes somewhere around here. Are there any gaps? I don't see any. Nothing jumps out to me, at least. Yeah, here. Yeah, that goes there. And then we still have a few more pieces left for the flowers. You may want to remove this piece temporarily, just like this, and then bring it back later to give yourself a bit more space. Yeah, so that goes there, and then this piece is gonna basically lock it in place while making it look even nicer, because it has a different color and a different shape. And we're gonna reattach this. Oh, you gotta get it at the right angle. Literally, it's a right angle that it needs to be at. I think that's more or less what it's supposed to look like. Yeah, here's a look at the gelato store. Bag 9 gives us another minifigure. This looks like a person who is taking notes for whatever reason, and it continues the build of the gelato store with some ice cream cones and a bit more of the walls and the windows with these ingot pieces used as the shutters. We also got some nice flower detail here, as well as the number of the door. Another ad, as per usual. What are we gonna do in bag number 10? Looks like we're gonna do more of the same. I do like these smaller bags because they give you less pieces all in one shot. Oh, and we do get a cat. Great. I would have been disappointed if they did not include any cats, but yeah, this is probably our culprit. This is the person who, this is the creature that stole the fish from the store, from the fish store. A naughty cat. This bag feels a bit sticky. So, any interesting pieces in this bag? Let's find out, other than the cat. So I'll give you a hint and say that this is a very interesting color, the light blue royal color or whatever it's called. But I don't know if this is, yeah, the interesting piece is not here yet. So we'll have to keep waiting for that. And we got a door, we got this transparent 1x4 piece right here that's not super duper common. It does exist. I have seen this piece before last year, but it's not very easy to find in tons and tons of sets as of the time of this recording. I wish you got more of these in larger sizes. That would be amazing. So yeah, let's just move the pieces over and again, we'll continue the build, focusing on this area right here. One sticker, two stickers, three stickers, all right, so we're gonna have to apply three stickers in this building phase, but only one of them is gonna be a little bit tricky. So it's gonna be the prices of the gelato, which actually seem very reasonable for 2025 in euro. But do let me know if you're from Italy or the surrounding areas. Are these prices reasonable for 2025? And it does say here that this is from 2025 and not from some other year. Do we agree with these prices? Or is Lego's gelato pricing much more reasonable than their Lego Star Wars pricing? Oh, it's a bit crooked, but it's not a big deal. Yeah, I'm not gonna bother reapplying it because I might damage the sticker. And it's gonna look even worse. I'll try to be more careful with this one. Yeah, I am not an Italian speaker, but I'm guessing that this means, so miglior gelateria. I'm guessing this means best gelateria or gelato store, just because in French you have the word meilleur, which means best, and this is kind of similar to it, so that would be my guess. And finally, for this piece right here, I'm going to attach it to this piece temporarily, just to also find the sprue mark, which is here at the bottom. So basically, because it's going to be rounded, the orientation matters. So we want to apply the sticker as straight as possible. How did we do? Close enough. Not that bad. All right. Make the door. The door will open on the inside, which is unusual for Lego buildings. Most of the time they open always towards the outside, but this one looks like it opens towards the inside, and I don't like the fact that this transparent piece is packaged with the rest of the pieces, and so it's all scratched up because it's using that new plant-based material instead of the regular ABS plastic, which I get is better for the environment, it's more sustainable, but also scratches a lot more easily. So I do wish that Lego would find a way to maintain their environmental standards while also making sure their plastic does not scratch up a lot. It's especially annoying for the transparent pieces. So there's going to be like a big mural, a brick built mural of an ice cream cone. So that's going to be fun to put together. Sadly, we have this piece in gray. I don't know why they don't have this piece in this particular color, or if they could have done an alternative solution. I don't know what they could have done. they do have this, for example, so they could have used a combination of this and this, I think, to replace this piece. This is going to look better from the inside than the outside. Oops. I applied the sticker to the wrong piece. I thought this and this were the same, but actually this one has a clip. This one does not. So I'll try to see if I can save it. Otherwise I might have to do some customization or just steal a piece from my collection. These stickers generally don't come off pretty easily. Since I'm live, I'll do this on camera. You're gonna have to destroy it from one side, so if I do that, at least it's from the bottom. Oh yeah, the sticker is gone. I will still try to apply it on this piece, but it's not looking too good. I'll try to straighten it out as best as I can. Yeah. Maybe there's a way to remove and reapply stickers that is not as bad. Okay, well, yeah, usually I don't remove and reapply stickers, but in this case I did want to give the appropriate appearance. But yeah, it is what it is. If you ask LEGO customer service nicely, they might send you a replacement sticker sheet. Although I do think that all these expensive sets should just come with like a spare sticker sheet by default, because they would not cost a lot of money to provide that. And then you'd save the money in customer service calls and so on. So I do acknowledge this is my fault, but I maintain that LEGO should still have offered a second sticker sheet, just in case mistakes like this happen. So just to be perfectly clear, this piece with the clip is where you want to attach this sticker. Do that right from the first time, otherwise it's gonna appear damaged like this. I do not plan on keeping this set long term after building it. If I did, then I would request a different sticker sheet. But after this review is done, I'm probably gonna customize the set and turn it into something else, or just use the parts for other builds. So either I modify the set or I completely dismantle it. It's gonna be one or the other. Again, we're going to build some storm pipe drainage, but this time we're going to connect it to the part that comes down below, so I'll do that when I rotate the thing. Again, we have another planter. A very slightly different design compared to the previous one, with the flower being on this instead of on this. Of course, you can always change it if you prefer to have it consistent. That's a very minor thing. Now we're going to use these pieces in an interesting way. I've not remembered seeing these pieces exactly before. So we're going to basically attach these here. I'm going to build some plants on top of them. This is not going to connect to the rest of the set, but just a small thing that's jutting out. A couple of jumpers here. These are the same that are used for the sidewalk, by the way. But then here they look different just because they're used in a different context. So I like how you could use the same piece in different ways. And then we have a flower here with a slightly different color, which is again accurate to real life. We have to plug in some of the missing pieces here. Then we can finish up this part. But before we do that, how about we do something interesting? So there's this machine. It looks like a refrigerator or popsicle type of machine. Let's see what that is about. This kind of reminds me of what they did with the Simpsons Krusty Burger set that I recently built. It's very hard to see it just from a limited angle. I'll try to figure it out. So it looks like this goes here, this goes here, and this holds oh no, this goes here. Notice that this piece is not the same as this piece. Okay, now that makes sense. And so we have the lone popsicle that goes in here. It's not attached by any studs, it's just like hovering in place, and then we close it off with these pieces here. So it looks like it's two doors that house this popsicle. Huh, that's an interesting build. It's quite simple, but effective. Although I do wish they used the color other than black, just to make this pop out a bit more and be easier for people to see. It's easier to see this from the side than it is from the front. And this one goes right here. Yeah, good luck seeing that once the build is done. We'll spin this around. And as I said earlier, this part of the wall looks better from the inside than the outside. But regardless, let's build the drain. So in theory, this should go here. And it should fit perfectly with this piece at the top if we did everything right. Yep. Now let's spin this around and build the front facade. And here we're going to have an interesting design, as you'll see very soon, because we're going to use these arch pieces like so, and basically make the door appear a lot more fancy than it is. Yeah, that's a classic Mediterranean style. Now I'm going to attach the ill-fated gelato sign right here. Again, sorry for messing up the sticker. Yeah, it doesn't look too great, but from far away, if you're not looking closely, it's not going to be a big deal. So I'm going to imagine that in the Lego universe, like some monster messed up the sign of the store, and the store has not had the chance to fix it yet. So that could be the in-universe explanation. Bag 10 gives us this cute little cat, as well as finishes up the build of the gelato store for the most part, with some foliage right here, some signs, and this very nice brick built ice cream cone. And be sure to use the correct piece for here versus the store sign. I initially got that messed up, which is why I had to peel off the sticker and add it here. In this bag, we also build this popsicle machine right here, which is easier to see the popsicle in from the side. So I think the next bag is going to be what we're all waiting for. There's a lot of people that bought this set just for bag number 11. They made videos about that on YouTube. Bag 11, very, very important bag. So hold on tight, it's coming up very, very soon. Here's the famous bag 11 of the Italian Riviera. This is a famous bag in all of LEGO history. This specific bag contains a part that we've never ever seen before. And bonus points if you already know what part I'm talking about. It's now visible on camera. So if you know your LEGO, and hint, if you know your LEGO space, you're probably going to want that part in your collection right now. What part am I talking about? Anybody? It's this part right here. These are the LEGO Classic Space air tanks for the first time in royal blue. And we got the Dreams build a minifigure that had the classic space torso in this same color. And now we finally have the air tanks to complete that classic space minifigure. We just need the helmets now, and I'm pretty sure it's going to come later this year or maybe early next year, judging by previous LEGO releases in the recent past. I'm like 80 to 90% confident in that we will get that helmet sooner or later. It might not be in the Dreams theme, which may or may not continue past 2026. We'll have to see about that, but we will be getting that almost certainly. Almost certainly. So there's lots of people who bought this set on day one just to get this one piece. I really hope that they give us more than just one copy of this piece. Actually, let me see the set inventory. Hopefully there's more than one. Come on, like they can't just give us one of these. I really hope that they give us like some more in the other bags. But we'll find out soon enough about that. I'm just going through the set inventory right now. Oh, just one. Aw, come on, Lego. People are spending $300 US or $350 Canadian to get just this one piece. At least throw in 2 or 3 in there. Throw in 5 and give us the classic Spaceman while we're at it. Just one? Come on. I know this piece will very likely be available through other sets and other... Maybe you can just buy it online through Pick-a-Brick, but it's going to get sold out very quickly because lots of scalpers, they're going to use bots to buy all the available copies if they can. So I hope they limit this to like maximum 5 per customer, or 10 per customer, or something like that. I'd like to army build these, but I also want everyone to get a chance to get them. Now, in this bag, we also get some minifigure parts, and this is actually a new torso for 2025. We've never seen this exact torso before. It looks nice, looks sophisticated, a bit more interesting than previous similar torsos that we've gotten. And it looks to be fairly gender neutral, so it could be used by either men or women or non-binary people as well. You know, this nice gentleman right here. I don't know if he's going to be wearing these permanently. Probably not. Yeah, it's a nice minifigure right there. Some back printing as well, not super detailed. And again, no dual molding or leg printing for this minifigure either. Does he get an accessory? Probably the answer is yes. And let's see. Oh yeah, his accessory is a gelato in pink, which is probably strawberry or cherry. So yeah, that's his accessory right there. All right, so now the yellow indicates that we're moving on to the dive shop. So we're gonna go to that part of the build, which is basically the other store. So we're basically gonna build like the ground floor for all 3, and we'll basically go round and round, I guess. And let me know if you prefer to do things this way, or do you prefer to basically build one thing and then build another thing and then build another thing. I think I prefer to build one thing at a time, because this way you focus more on one thing, you get used to it, then you go to the other thing. But of course, you could always open the bags in the order of your choice. Once you're done with the foundation, you don't need to build the bags in the order that they're numbered. So that's always a possibility. But I'll just follow the bag order in this set for simplicity. Sometimes I break the order for just one bag, like if I'm building the stand for the Avengers Quinjet at the very end. But usually I follow the bag order. It looks like there's no way to go from here to here because there's going to be a wall here. I do wish they would have left a corridor, but maybe it would not look good from the front. Like, it wouldn't make sense for this building to have like this. Like, this doesn't really make sense in real life, because if I was the owner of this building, I'd say, no, I'm not gonna like have a sidewalk that goes to nowhere. I would instead expand my property by a little bit and basically take over the sidewalk and use this for me. Or maybe the ice cream shop owner would say, no, I'm gonna expand my property. So that's a bit confusing to me why they did this way. I'm thinking too much about this like a real life person. Of course, the Lego minifigures are probably fine with this arrangement. Although Lego minifigures have been known to go to war in medieval times. We're using sand green to tile the interior here. Very interesting choice. One, two, three, four. Seeing this pattern makes me wonder, are we going to finally get that modular hospital? It's been expected for quite a while now that we will get a Lego modular hospital. Is it going to be this year? Is it going to be next year? Nobody knows yet. Well, nobody publicly has said anything yet as of the time of this recording, as far as I'm aware. But we do know it's coming. It's interesting how here we use 2 of this piece instead of 1 2x2 tile. I guess it's just to make the grid pattern always respected. That's an interesting attention to detail right there that you don't usually see. And hopefully I'm not off by 1 here. Yeah, I need to put the sand green all around. I remember the Ideas typewriter that came out in sand green, the boutique hotel that came out in sand green around the same time. It made the color very popular. Then we had the Land Rover Defender, Icon's car. I think it's still on sale, or either it retired soon or it will retire soon. Came out in 2023. That one also used a lot of sand green. I did not mention this earlier, but these arches right here are actually new for 2025 in the light nougat color. Oh yeah. Then we have this build right here. We have a bunch of these builds. This looks like shelves of life jackets. And here we're using the reddish orange piece. So reddish orange is a color that's between red and orange. And here it is between the two colors. So you see red on top, reddish orange in the middle, and orange at the bottom. Here's light yellow to compare with. And here is there any regular yellow? No, but this is the regular orange that you would see of a brick separator, and the colors look different on camera versus in person. And this is dark orange. You could see it's very different from dark orange, although in the instructions, if you do use the instructions, these two colors tend to look the same, the reddish orange and the dark orange. So that is something to keep in mind. Getting these diving fins off the surface is a little bit challenging. You have to get them just right, or use the brick separator to pick them up. I'm not even joking. There we go. Does anyone do diving in the audience? Sounds like a very interesting and expensive hobby, although probably not as expensive as Lego. Is that a jumper? I think so. Yeah. This is a minifigure personal flotation device, also sometimes referred to as a life jacket. I'm going to attach it using this piece here, which is often in transparent for used as a light for Lego City vehicles. Here where it's recolored to white and used for this store display stand. All right, so that's one of the side builds. There are other side builds as well, including one with the very famous air tanks. I still can't believe they just gave us one. So if you wanted to get 2 or 3 of these, you have to buy, at least for now, 2 or 3 copies of the set, or convince someone who bought the set to sell you theirs if they don't really care about the air tanks. I'm sure like lots of regular people, they're going to get the set just because they want the Italian Riviera. I'm just muting to avoid the ad. I'll try to skip that ad. It's one of those unskippable ads. I hate them. It's time to restart the music. I don't know what these green slope pieces are representing. And these ones are not really going to get attached. They're just going to be held in place using this piece. So they're not really attached to anything. Later, whenever I find my royal blue classic space minifigure, I will put these pieces to much better use instead of just sitting in the store where once you build this set, you're not going to look at the interior too much, I don't think. Some people do, but most people do not. Here we do see some nice part usage. You'll see in a moment what I'm talking about. This color combination reminds me of one of the Minecraft builds that we did recently with the teal and dark blue. One of those like monster type things. I think it was the Warden. Yeah, I think it was the Minecraft Warden. And now we're going to use the faucet pieces, and this is the nice part usage. So we're going to, let me take a close look. Yeah, we're going to have these hollow studs first. Then on top of that, we have the faucets. We're going to attach elements to them like this. And this is the Lego Technic panel fairing, often referred to as the toilet paper roll piece because of its shape. So this is going to get attached like this. So that's 2 nice part usages together to represent, I'm not sure entirely what this represents yet, but it might become clearer as we build more of the thing or look at it in class. I'm sorry for the interruption in the live stream if you noticed the interruption. Yeah, so apparently it's going to look something like this. This could be like cloth, or I don't know what else it could be. And I like the design of this faucet piece because this is a stud actually, and this is an anti-stud. So you can actually put stuff on top of it. I did not know that in the past. It's not something I learned today, but I learned that relatively recently when I saw this technique being used in another set. Yeah, so that's definitely an interesting technique, and again, I like the color scheme. Anyone know what this is? Okay. So we have the side builds done, mostly. And again, another one of these green things. Then we have yet another side build. This one is going to use a little bit of upside down construction to build what I think are other types of tanks. Tanks or canisters or something like that. Or maybe just bottles of certain type. We're basically attaching this upside down. And despite being in Italia, we still have an American looking $100 bill. It doesn't technically say $100, but it's similar to the American cartoon style. And I believe the 100 euro is not green. Let me just double check that. Actually, it is green. Not this particular style, but it's close enough. Okay, so this could work as a 100 euro bill, although most people in North America know it as a $100 bill. The Canadian $100 bill is gold or tan and not this color at all. So I have a bunch of these side builds, a few pieces left, and these are gonna build the walls. So the pieces of this color are obviously going to be for the walls, so we don't have to worry about those. And now we just need to worry about how to attach the side builds here. I think it makes sense to put this here. It's the most likely place for it to go. And this looks like it has these pieces on which it attaches to, like so. This very likely attaches to this piece. We have a few pieces used for tiling. We'll figure those out as we go, and this is probably also used for tiling as well. And through the process of elimination, this gets attached to this. All right, so I think we have these side builds. Let's put them in. another ad. And we have these unskippable ads. It's really annoying. I hate this ad so much. One of those ads that make you wonder, how did this make it to who approved this? I guess that's the world that we live in right now. And that goes there. This goes here. This fits perfectly right here. But this is pretty fragile, so just be careful when attaching it. One more tile here, and this goes right here. Fits perfectly. And finally, this goes here with, I think, one other tile. Yeah, the sand green tile. Barely visible on camera. Yeah, that goes there. And I'll just lift it up to see, are there any tiles that we need to apply? Oh, actually, this tile does not get applied because it's the accessory of this minifigure. I keep forgetting that. Okay, now let's build some of the walls. We have 2 pieces remaining other than the extra parts. Let's take a look and see where these go. I don't think it's going to be extremely difficult to find their location. We still have a little bit of gap here. Probably going to attach something there. I'm just spinning the thing around to try to see what did we miss. Although I don't see anything that jumps to me. I'll also spin the real thing in real life to try to see, maybe I left a gap somewhere. And this thing is getting heavier and heavier with each passing bag. This side looks fine. This side looks fine. This far side looks fine. I just don't see it. do not see where we could use those pieces. But sometimes I miss things, so I'll hold on to those pieces and we'll just move on to the next bag. It might jump to me like as we start the next bag. Okay, so next up we have bag number 12. Getting that right now. Looks like we'll be continuing the build of this fishing store or diving store. We do get another minifigure in bag number 12. Other than that, I don't see lots of interesting parts right here, other than maybe this oar. We have seen this before. I'll just move all the parts out of frame. Same thing here. All these parts are pretty standard. If I had to guess, I would say the same for these parts as well. You get the hair and the legs, which are done in teal from that bag, and the head as well. So this minifigure does not have an alternative expression, but she does have a hearing aid. It's nice to represent people who are differently abled. And you see here the hairpiece is intentionally designed to make the hearing aid visible. So in the past, Lego would create hairpieces that would cover the hearing aid as if it's not there. But now they want to say, here, I do have a hearing aid and I want you to see it. So it's just giving more representation to people who do use hearing aids. I'm perfectly fine with this minifigure. I'm happy that they included it. The torso is not new. We've seen this before, but it's very cute and I do like the style. At the same time, I do have to wonder, we do have men, we have women, we have non-binary characters in Lego, but other than licensed themes, it's very rare that we see different skin tones. It's always the yellow, and I'm not against the yellow minifigures, to be very clear, but we just get so many of them, and I think it would be nice to have like some variation within the minifigures that we get in these sets. I know lots of people, they want all the minifigures to be only yellow and never anything else. So I'm aware of the debate on this within the Lego community. More stickers in this bag. I'll try to apply the stickers better this time, but since they're not rounded, I think we'll be okay. Sticker here, sticker here. And here there's going to be a sticker on both sides, although it's the same sticker, so it doesn't matter. But the orientation matters, so this is going to be hanging like this, so we want to make sure that the stickers are pointing correctly. Well, actually divers can go upside down as well in the water, so upside down is not totally wrong either in this particular case. I do like how the sticker is a Lego-ified Lego minifigure diver, not just a diver silhouette that you get from like some random website. It shows some attention to detail on the part of the Lego graphics designer. Yeah, so you could construct a diver similar to this one using just genuine Lego pieces, and hopefully the pieces included in this set will like have like the snorkels and all that stuff. I have not seen them yet. Hopefully they are included. It would be disappointing if it would be disappointing if a store sign advertises something that the store does not sell. This map is actually this way. It's a bit crooked, but I don't care at this point. I don't like removing and reapplying stickers. Do we have other stickers? Not to my knowledge. So now we can proceed with the build for bag 12. It's a classic door. This one does look to open from the outside. Oh, one more sticker for the door number. Which is 31. Possibly a hidden reference to something. Yeah, so here they actually do have windows with proper shutters, which is good. They should have done this for other windows as well. This does seem to have a bit more windows than the ice cream or gelato store, so hopefully when you open the windows, you'll be able to see at least a little bit on the inside. Hopefully. It looks like we got 4 of these windows from 3 sides. So if you open all of them, hopefully some light will be able to come in and you can see a little bit of what's on the inside without having to add a light kit. All right, we've done some setup. Now, while I have this side here, yeah, I'm trying to position this, but there's a wall here, so I cannot push this indefinitely. There's a limit to how far I can rotate this device without causing other problems. Because I have like a light right behind me and I don't want to make it fall over like it did last time. I realize this is not the ideal angle, and even for me building it, it's not the most comfortable angle, but we're very limited in terms of space. Yeah, that's, I guess, one downside of this set. You need like lots of space to build it because it's large and you cannot just build one section and attach all of it at the end. I really wish they did that instead of this approach that they're currently using. But we'll do the best that we can. Window. Actually build the whole column at once for easy insertion. And remember that 3 plates equals 1 brick. But that's actually not what we're doing here. I'm actually using the headlight bricks, attaching a tile to them. I don't know why we're doing it, but I guess it's just to add an additional texture. And then this on top. Okay, still 3 plates here. 1, 2, 3. Those add up to a brick. There we go. That's the other window. the same trick right here for the headlight bricks. Hi everyone, welcome to the live stream. I see a bunch of people have joined very recently. Thank you so much for joining. I'm currently building bag 12 of the Italian Riviera without the instructions. I do apologize for the weird angle, but this thing is pretty large and it's hard to find a proper angle to do this. I'll try to spin it around once I'm done with this part. If you're new to the channel, please remember to like and subscribe. It really helps me out as a growing channel. And this way I can provide you with even more amazing content. And if you're signed in, you can also leave messages in the chat, and that also helps. So right before we leave this particular perspective, I'll point out the nice part usage of the wheel arches here. So usually these are used in vehicles and you have like a tire underneath, and this would be the wheel arch above it. Well, now we're using it for a building. So that's definitely some interesting design work right there. So we'll just fill the gaps that would go under the wheel arch using these pieces right here. And then we have this piece right here. This, I think it's called a bow slope, I'm not sure. But basically it's a curved piece. This one will attach very nicely on top of it, leaving no gap at all. So, and I'll show you what that looks like in a moment after I just do this other one. Well, actually I need to move it around to do that, but actually I can do that right now. Just brick, and there we go. Okay, now we're done or almost done with this particular side. Actually, let me just fill this while I'm here. Plate. This is going to appear there later, but I do feel like I want to rotate this around. Okay, that gives us a bit more space, and I can move this up a little bit. And as a reminder, we are building bag number 12. How are we liking the build so far? Did anyone of you buy this set yet? Are you thinking of buying it? Or are you looking for a more inexpensive version or a cheaper version of the set? I know a lot of people that wanted to get this set but couldn't because the price is too high. And here's what that wheel arch looks like from the inside. You see it fits perfectly right there. I love that design. Very well done. So we're doing these headlight assemblies just to give a bit more visual interest, a bit more texture. Otherwise it would be boring, like some parts of the recent castle that I built, which is in general a good set, but it did not have any masonry bricks at all, unlike the previous castle from 2021. I don't know why they went in that direction, especially since it's a 9+ set, not something that's supposed to be super juniorized or anything like that. And I also know that they know that lots of adults want to get that set. So I'm wondering why they went in that direction. At least here we have some masonry bricks distributed relatively fairly throughout the build. It looks like we build the stairs as well. So we'll get to that soon. And once we use those pieces to build the stairs, then I guess it will simplify a bunch of the pieces that are in the pile in front of me. So maybe let's start with doing some of the stairs right now. And as a reminder, for those of you who don't know, I build things without the instructions and also using the process of elimination. So by removing pieces from the pile, it makes it easier to build the rest of the set without the instructions. Looks like we're going to be building on top of this part right here. So this is actually going to form part of the stairs, which I was not guessing when we were building that in the first place. I do like the technique right here. It reminds me of some of the modular buildings that they've done relatively recently. This is smart. So we're going to attach these stairs using these pieces right here. So the stairs are going to get plugged in over here in this spot, just right there. So at some point we're going to break with this pattern and attach the stairs to the rest of the build, but still, that's a lot of pieces that we managed to extract and put into this side build. So we'll hold on to that. We also have the door. You can place the door now, actually. The door will have a similar kind of thing going on with the wheel arches. We also have to build some stuff on the shelf. Again, with the lime green, I don't know what this triangle slope is for, but we do have some printed pieces for sunscreen, which is very important in the summer weather when this set was released in August. A little bit of nice part usage for the flower piece used as the cover for the sunscreen, or the lid rather. Reminds me of those fancy brands that they have in upscale stores. I'll just put that there. We'll attach it soon. And we have some other products on sale here as well. Since every place where we go on sale, we have like this green thing. I'm guessing it's either a ticket thing or a pricing thing rather. Maybe Italia or some parts of Italia have like a regulation or a requirement for this to appear. I just have not seen it before. And apparently, according to the 3D view, north is exactly this way. So based on the shoreline and the direction of the compass, we can kind of guess where in Italia this is. And that might be an interesting video to do for people who really like Lego lore. Basically, north is this way and you have the water the opposite way to the south. So where in Italia would that be? I guess it would have to be somewhere on the south shore or somewhere along the coastline because it goes all over the place basically. But then you also have to look at the architecture of buildings and things of that nature. I know some people, they just get obsessed with these Lego rabbit holes. I have some tan piece. The headlight brick. Then this assembly for the store stuff. Then one of these. It's hard to fit pieces in this wedge. I got another reason why I think Lego should have made these separate builds that you later combine together. Maybe if you follow the instructions, you won't have this problem as much, but still. Okay, now that we know the pattern, it's going to be easier to replicate this for the upper parts. So here, by the way, is where we put the door number. Number 31. We already know that this goes here, and we're going to have something to cover it just like last time. Yeah, that's much more comfortable because it's higher up and this wall does not get in the way as much. Then we attach this map. This also reminds me of the Jazz Club modular building, which has a lot of this cool yellow color for the pizzeria. So I think like that's probably why they did not do a pizzeria for this set, even though pizza and Italy are very synonymous, because you probably have that in the Jazz Club already. Yeah, there's lots of similarities between these two in terms of color scheme. So now we can attach the wheel arches and the pieces that follow. Yeah, sometimes they're a bit finicky. And whoever is watching right now, I really appreciate you. Your support means a lot to the channel and to me personally. We're almost done with pieces for the wall. That means whatever is left is used for the stairs and interior mechanisms. I'm having some technical difficulties with the music. Basically, my laptop is freezing up. That's what I'm using to play the music. I'm going to try to revive it eventually. Just give me a moment to restart my browser, and I'll play the music again shortly thereafter. I love these wheel arches right here. And of course, there's ads. Every time you reopen a YouTube page, there's going to be ads. Yeah, sorry about the minor inconvenience. Now we're going to actually attach the store sign. And this goes here. And we'll see what that looks like from the other side soon enough. Now we're going to use now this hinge piece to attach these two buildings together. Basically make sure that they're inseparable. So I'm really confused as to why there's this alleyway that goes to nowhere, but I guess it makes sense in the Lego universe. Oh, and this actually goes for the door. I'm going to try to do it without it. Yeah, there we go. This ore goes here. Okay, now that we've added this, now I understand why we did not tile this off earlier. Then we have this whole stairs business to worry about. So that piece, this piece is eventually going to go here. I'll put it here, but I'll have to disconnect it, apply the stairs, connect the stairs, and reattach it. That's a good visual reminder that we're going to put that there. Now we can tile off most of this. I'm trying to hide the sprue marks as usual. Actually, here we got to be careful because I'll be removing this piece. What goes here? Oh, just a standard piece. Somehow I missed that. Okay, so most of this is done. I just need to figure out the stairs, which again, are going to be plugged into those studs that you see down there. We do have part of the stairs already done, but then there's some parts that are not very easy to see. They're sort of at the very back. So basically the back of this store, so this side right here. So we'll try to figure that out as best as possible. And again, I'm doing this without looking at the instructions at all, just looking at the 3D view of each building phase. So this might involve some level of trial and error. Just warning you in advance, like these things rarely get built correctly the first time. Unless you're really, really, really good. I would not apply that description to myself, even though I have lots of experience building these things without the instructions. So this is what I'm able to see, from the limited angle that I can glimpse. So then this probably goes here or here, maybe something like that. It's hard to know for sure. And then we have a few pieces left right here. These are extra pieces. This is a gelato for this guy, or not sure who it belongs to, but I don't think it's used as part of the build. Which leaves us with these pieces here. This tile we know it's going to go to close that, so we know where this goes. And we have basically these two parts of the stairs. This is the bottom, this is the top, and this is one of the sides. I don't see. Well, this would have to go. Well, let me just see if I plug in the stairs. I think it's really hard to see from this angle. I'll have to lift this big heavy set. Oh, I knocked off a part. Let's try that again. Okay, so basically 2 plates and 1 brick. 2 plates and 1 brick. That's the distance from here to, and this is 2 plates as well. I'm just trying to see, does this make sense? Yes, it does. And anything would be from here on out. Like any attachment would be from here, let's say. So I think this has to be attached this way. There's no other possibility. I feel like we're missing another brick right here or something similar. We'll find out pretty soon. If we just follow the pattern of so we know for sure that this is part of the solution. Then this needs to be attached to here, so we need this, but also there's like a gap here that I don't know what we can use to fill it up with. We'll come back to that in a moment. And again, we have this. And I think this goes, no, it's too high. So this goes here. This goes, actually, maybe there's too many of these. Okay, I think I'm getting closer to the solution. Yeah, as I said, this would involve some level of trial and error. Ah. And by the way, this does go here as well. This goes here. And somehow these two get attached. So you see, like, try to build as much as you can from either side, the top and the bottom, and then eventually there's only one possible way that they can get together correctly. So even if you have to build it wrong at first, just to get the idea. So we know in the end it's going to look like this. So now we can plug in those gaps, because we know that here we're going to have this 1/3. And then we're going to have these two 1/2s. Oh wait, forgot about this. Where does this one go? Never mind. So again, we have to disconnect, and this doesn't fit here, so we need to add, let's say, these plates. Okay, now it fits. All right, now the moment of truth. Can we join the stairs together? It's supposed to be something like this. Not quite. I think we're off by 1. If I try to plug this in, let me just see. Again, when lifting this heavy set, make sure not to chip it off. Okay, so we should be attaching it here, but we cannot because we're off by 1 basically. And for those of you who just joined the live stream, thank you so much for joining. I really appreciate you being here. It really helps out the channel. So perhaps this assumption that I made about this brick is wrong. So let's take it out and bring it. So that's not quite a full brick, but at least the stairs look nicer now. And then 1 brick is the same as 3 plates. So if I were to cut this up into some plates, you have like 1, 2, 3. So that would fill part of the gap, although I'm not sure that's the solution either. But we're getting closer and closer to the solution. And here we actually don't have a choice. We have to build this perfectly or close to perfectly. At least it has to fit, because right now it's not gonna fit. So we do have to fix that. And I'm trying to support small level creators. Great work. Congrats on 1K. Yeah, thank you so much, Logan. I really appreciate the message. If you like what you see here, please share the channel with your friends and family and other people who might be interested, especially if you have a YouTube channel yourself or an Instagram page or something like that. I'm currently buying all the sets with my own money. I'm not receiving the sets for free like some of the influencers. Maybe someday I would like to do that in the future, but first I have to build up this channel, and your support is essential to making that happen. So let's see, how off are we now? If I were to just attach this and see. Okay, so now we're off by 1 plate, or 1 or 2 plates. This confirms what I was suspecting. So we have to find out which one of these is the odd one out. We have to look very carefully. Because we use all these dark brown stair pieces. And this tile does look to be like this. So this. Also, let's count them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, sometimes you, especially towards the end of the day when you get tired, you're not really focusing. And I'm not sure how it appears to be correct from all, like if you just count this, they appear to be correct. And they're all covered in terms of the sprue mark, because if it was a bit more like this, then you would see the sprue mark. But we're not really seeing that here. So I'm wondering, where is the issue? I thought we were pretty close to the solution. So here, 1/2. This does not belong here. That I know now. Does this go here though? Or rather here? This is a brick right there. Let's try this. Okay, I believe this is the solution. All right. Yeah, that was interesting. So we fit all the pieces, and this should fit now. I'll try to give you a more interesting camera angle. Actually, let me rotate the whole thing. I got careful when lifting this because it's very easy to knock off some small parts. Oops, I knocked over some of the minifigures by accident. All right, so now you see clearly where we're gonna attach, as well as the other attachment point for the stairs. So now I'll disconnect this piece as I said I would, and put it here, and now everything should connect properly. And voila, very, very nice. Yeah, I'm happy that we were able to do that. Okay, so let's give a summary of bag 12 and move on. I think this girl came in bag 12, right? I think so. I'm not sure. I'm gonna double check. Yes. Bag 12 gives us this girl minifigure with a cute raccoon torso, and it also finishes up the build of the dive shop, as you can see right here. So we have a sign with a minifigure diver. We get a door, lots of windows with shutters, topped by these wheel arch pieces, so some nice part usage right there. Some of the products inside for sale, including some sunscreen, a compass, a map, and these stairs, which were built almost completely on the sides and done using a really interesting technique. So that's a nice bag right there. The next thing that I'll do is I'll look at bag 13. I'm not necessarily going to build it. I'm just going to look at it to see what are we doing in bag 13. And then based on that, we'll see whether we'll do it today or some other time in the future. Also based on the size of it as well. Okay, it doesn't seem too large. It's going to be mainly some rock work. Okay, I think we can do it, or at least start it. And I already have the building at the right orientation because we're going to be building the rock work basically on this side. We got another crab for bag 13. So here are the parts that we get in this bag, mostly gray and tan, dark gray and dark tan pieces. A little bit of Technic, and probably, if I had to guess, it's so that we can attach these Technic bricks to this build right here for additional stability. We've seen this technique used in other sets before, including the Minecraft crafting table and the Lego City tourist bus from last year, where it basically had one side in red, one side in black, and they used these Technic bricks to link those together. So again, just move everything closer to myself. This is probably going to be the last bag for tonight, because in the bags after this, we're going to start building the upstairs, and I feel like that could be a different iteration of the building phase. It does look like we're doing some stuff on the side or diagonally here. Interestingly enough. Because all these pieces look very similar, it's very easy to make mistakes if you're not paying attention. So try to pay attention in these parts of the build. Probably a good idea to work on the Technic stuff first and figure out how to attach that, then build on top of it, just so we don't have to disassemble, reassemble. And it looks like we're going to be doing things at a particular angle here. I'll start building from the bottom, going up. And it's worth noting that all the 1x1 bricks in this bag are Technic bricks, but it does not necessarily mean that they're all going to be used as Technic bricks. As we have seen in previous sets, LEGO does this to reduce confusion, but sometimes we're going to use a brick just normally, and then we're going to hide the technical. So that's just something important to keep in mind. Yeah, all of these are Technic bricks, but we don't really have that many attachments for them. I'm sorry about the focus there. Sometimes it blurs out. I don't know why. And here, I think it makes sense for Technic brick to actually be used. So I'll attach it this way. Oh, wow. Wow. Wow, I was not expecting that. There's some very nice part usage in this bag. Very, very nice design. I'll... It's amazing. You'll see it soon when I build it, but that's just mind-bogglingly impressive. You'll see what I mean in a moment. When you see it, you're like, oh, okay. Yeah, okay. The designer, they earned their money for this set. Yeah, that's why, like, don't ignore the boring bags. You might think, oh, it's just some rock work, but there's some nice surprises when you least expect them. So here we're using the Technic brick just as a regular brick from what I can see. You can only hope, earn myself for sure. From the stream, there's supposed to be gaps there. I just saw these messages in the chat from Logan. I don't know when you sent them, so sorry if I'm replying way too late. But reply to your comments. Earn my sub for sure. I really appreciate that. I always welcome new subscribers to the channel. How often do you stream? So I stream occasionally, and I stream more often right after big LEGO release days, such as August 1st. Lots of stuff came out on that day, and also Star Wars Day. I try to stream in May for that. And I do plan on having more streams as LEGO sets get released throughout the year. Is there supposed to be gaps there? I'm not sure which part of the build you're referring to, but I filled up pretty much all the gaps from previous building phases, and now I'm working on this in bag 13. Yeah, at some point my browser crashed or hung, so I had to close it and reopen it. I didn't see the chat messages in a little while. So again, sorry for the delay. Could this be here? Basically, we're going to attach this rock formation like this. And this doesn't contradict anything, so this could be here. But let's just see, let's just make sure it's not used elsewhere. Off a very cursory glance, I don't see that, so it's probably okay. Probably okay. We have a plate, but not the longest plate here. It's a pretty interesting technique they're using for this rock work right here. I'm definitely learning things. I never would have thought of attaching rock work. Like, this is not like studs on the side, it's not upside down, it's like a completely different angle. It's like studs pointing southwest, basically, which is something I've never seen before. It looks like this goes here. This is my guess, because it's not completely visible what this thing looks like from the underside, but it is my guess that it looks something like this. And then this here that's exposed, it doesn't really matter because it's going to be covered up. So I think at this point we can start to attach this, and you'll see the nice surprise in not too long from now. So I do believe this black pin is used here. It's not going to be seen on either side, so its color doesn't matter. But then this is an interesting part. This is a nice part usage, so brace yourselves, folks. I'm going to attach this from here, and on one side we have a stud for the crab to attach, and then wait till you see what happens on the other side. I'll temporarily remove this to make attaching this easier. If I got the rest of these pieces right, this should attach perfectly. And it does, more or less. So there's a little bit of wiggle room. And does anyone remember what we built on that side? If you don't, I'll show you. It's the sink. Oh, I saw it, but it's not visible on camera. I'll just lift this. Yeah, there's the sink right there. So you see, like, this thing right here is that Technic piece that we just attached. It's unbelievable. Like, you build this stuff in like bag 3 towards the beginning, and 10 bags later in bag 13 you insert that piece. It's holding the crab on one side. I'm going to attach that crab pretty soon, but it's also acting as the faucet, the sink faucet. Because when I was building this, I was like, oh, there's a sink faucet that's missing. I wonder what's that about. It seemed a little bit strange to me, but now it all makes sense. So yeah, this was amazing. This was amazing. Like, it's a simple thing. It's such a simple thing, just like this bar piece right here. But the fact that we're using it for both the crab and the faucet, like, that's just amazing to me. Yeah, am I the only one who thinks this way, or do you guys also think the same way? Yeah, this is definitely not something I've seen before. I learned something else when building this Lego set. Yeah, things like this help justify the very expensive price tag that Lego is asking us to pay for these things. So whenever I learn something from a Lego set, I feel a little bit better about paying that very high price. Don't get me wrong, the set is still very, very expensive at 350 Canadian dollars, which is the price that I paid. But at least I got something out of it. I learned something. is a small gap here, and I do believe that is intentional. Although there's another plate on top of it. The gap is there, but it's not going to be as large. Yeah, so it's a small little gap right there. And remember, we're doing all this using just standard Lego pieces. No specialized parts here, pretty much at all. We're starting to run out of these tiles, or plates rather. Hopefully we don't need to use a lot of those on the other side. But on this side we are done. We're going to attach the crab. A very happy crab. And the crab can even move around, and the faucet will move accordingly. There is no friction here, so the crab might move a bit too much. But on the other hand, like, there's this piece that's gonna basically trap him in place, so he's not going to be able to do the full 360 degrees. But yeah, that's a good look right there. And we've used up a lot of the parts, so we still have these parts, which I'll show momentarily on screen. We still have a bunch of parts right here, and so we're going to need to use these parts to do the back. So let's move this around. And for those wondering, the giveaway is still ongoing. G-Man writes in the chat, hello, how are you? I'm doing great. Thank you so much for joining the live stream. I really appreciate that. So again, this angle is not the best, but I cannot push this further into the wall, and my building space is limited, so I cannot bring the camera back by too much. And I'll try a little bit. Okay, yeah, that I can do. Okay, so we'll basically build up the rockwork here. So these holes that first I thought they were like maybe related to gun violence or something crazy like that, it's actually way more benign. It's just that we're attaching stuff to this wall so that it doesn't go anywhere. So it's just for additional stability. We have 4 Technic bricks, 4 Technic bricks here, so they're all going to be attached like this, I imagine. Well, actually, no, because there's additional stuff that's like studs on the side, construction and so on. So we're going to use these for the same way, and I'll just move the pins out to make them easier to recognize. And I think we have 1 extra of this, 1 extra of this, or maybe one of these is not extra. We'll see. And then we have the bricks and stuff. So we'll do something very similar to what we just did. I believe we are going to use one of the Technic bricks here. I'm just guessing that this piece goes here. It's hard to know for sure. And I am really running out of these pieces. This is going to go here. We cannot put a Technic brick here just because it would not fit. I don't see what else would fit. It's going to be something like this. I'm going to have one more piece. I'm looking for a 1x1. It's probably not going to be these headlight bricks because these are needed elsewhere. Maybe it's one of them if one of them is extra, but let me count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Only have 5, so no, it's not the headlight bricks. It's got to be something else. We'll find out soon enough. So we have one assembly partially done. Also, we do know that we're using the Technic brick for this one with the tan axle. So actually, let's just try it. No, it does not work. But maybe this one is wrong. It's hard to know for sure. I'll temporarily attach this just to get a better understanding of where that other brick would go. Here, actually. So instead of using this piece, we use this brick here. I believe this has the axle attachment, which has no friction. And if I attach just this, then yes, it will fit. So this I know for sure. Then it will go something like this, I believe, but we probably need this elsewhere, so I'll use this piece. We're missing a brick, 1x2. Probably. And this goes here. I'm guessing this is what it's going to be like. But does this fit? The answer is yes. So we'll put this to the side and we'll do the others and come back to this with the pieces that we have left, because using the process of elimination, that will help us make sure we don't make any silly mistakes. Then we already know that we have like a big plate that's going to go here. So this can only be this. And we can get the headlight bricks ready. We're not going to attach them yet, but we just know that soon we're going to attach them. Well, towards the end, once we're done, we know that it's going to have this kind of pattern. Oh, wrong way. We still have one more rock formation. It looks to be maybe symmetrical to this one. I'm actually not sure, but yeah, we do need that piece. It's a good thing we did not use it. Oh, but we do have this piece that can go here. And we do have like one of these sloped pieces, so I actually do think that we can figure that out right now. I did not see the 1x2 brick before. And that just makes sense. And here we can have this 1x2 slope. Okay, we don't need to worry about this anymore. I'm going to build something similar on the other side. This time I have a bit more confidence with the Technic bricks to know where they're going to go. For this one we do have a brick here. We do need these elsewhere, so it has to be this. Or it might actually be one of these, but I need one of them for sure. By the way, I'm just putting the reserved pieces to the side just so I don't use them when I'm not supposed to. And while speaking of reserved pieces, I also know that towards the very end of the build we do this. So I can take those pieces out as well. Could this be the Technic brick? Let's see. Yes, I believe so. Oops. Yeah, that fits. So we have this structure, and let's build on top of it. This goes here, this goes here. I think this goes here. Yes, it's not quite symmetrical, but it's similar enough. Yeah, that's an interesting shape right there. So I'll actually make the announcement for this bag right now while showing the building techniques. Bag 13 builds the rockwork surrounding the fish shop, including these very nice pieces that are attached using these Technic bricks at a very nice angle right here. So here's an example of attaching one of them. Yeah, that fits perfectly. It has this really nice angle to it. And the one that I like most, which I already built, is this one here, where there's some nice part usage with this Technic long pin that actually gets used on the other side of the building as the faucet or the sink for the that actually gets used on the other side of the building as the sink faucet. So that's amazing usage right there. It's that small little pin right here. Very hard to see, but very genius in terms of building techniques. And yeah, instead of having the pieces be on the top or even on the side, they're at this really weird angle like this. So the studs are actually pointing up this way. Very, very interesting design decision by the designer. A little bit difficult to attach, but it is doable. It might help if this plate is not there, actually. Yeah, that helps a lot, actually. Yeah, look at that shape. Very, very nice shaping right there. And we just finish it off with a few more pieces that remain. And since we're wrapping up, if anyone has any final comments for this build, now would be a good time to share them, because I do intend on wrapping up the build right after. How did you like the build so far today? If you're still watching, please share. And this is what bag 13 looks like with the full rock. And this is what bag 13 looks like with all the full rock work done. Very nice indeed. So let's take a final look at the set for today. So we built basically the ground floor and the base for everything. We started that yesterday, we continued that today, and now we tiled everything off. So that means in the future, I don't know if it's going to be tomorrow or later on in the week, we'll have to see depending on my personal schedule, but in the future we're going to be building this up, and there's 3 floors in total for some of these buildings. Let me just check the box to see which ones. Yeah, so here we're going to add one more floor, one more floor. Here we're going to add 2 more floors. So that's going to be very exciting. Again, please share your thoughts in the comments. We're very close to exactly 4 hours for this live stream, which is longer than I had planned for. So when it reaches exactly 4 hours, I will end the stream. So you have 1 more minute to share your final thoughts. This might be the longest stream that we've done, or one of the longest at the very least. I'm taking right now a sneak preview of the next bag that we will not be building today, but we're just gonna look at it. You see lots of the reddish orange color in bag 14. You also see some minifigure parts. So this is going to be very exciting. We have not seen any buildings using this color before. I'm really curious to see what that looks like in real life. Now we're at 14. Now we're at 4 hours of live streaming, so it's time to say goodbye. Thank you so much for tuning in. I'll see you all in the next one. Bye bye.